I'm just trying to be a father, raise a daughter and a son, be a lover to their mother, everything to everyone, up and at 'em bright and early. I'm all business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, I just do it anyway. Providing for our futures, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, being all that I can be. I can't call in sick on Mondays when the weekend's been too strong. I just work straight through the holidays, sometimes all night long. You can bet that I stand ready when the wolf growls at the door. Hey, I'm solid, hey, I'm steady, hey, I'm true down to the core. And I will always do my duty, no matter what the price. I've counted up the cost, I know the sacrifice. Oh, and I don't want to die for you, but if dying's asking me, I'll bear that cross with honor, 'cause freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front lines, sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American soldier. Yeah, an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front line, so sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American, an American, an American soldier.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Hal Shaw to lead us in today's invocation.
So how many followers of Christ do we have in the house today? Let us pray. Lord Jesus, you have promised that where 2 or more are gathered in your name, there shall you also be. So we welcome you into this place and ask that you touch us and fill us with your Holy Spirit, transforming us more and more into your likeness. We praise you because you are the God of the universe, the creator of all things. You are all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present. You are good, you are love, and you are mercy. We praise you because as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are your ways higher than our ways, and your thoughts are higher than our thoughts. We praise you because you have conquered death and evil, and we fight from a place of victory. We thank you for sacrificing your son Jesus to die on the cross for our sins and creating a path of reconciliation for us to come back to you. We thank you for our founding fathers who loved you deeply and were called to establish the United States of America. We thank you for the miraculous life of George Washington and the impossible victory of the American Revolutionary Army over the British, the greatest military force of that time. We thank you for our Constitution, which established that our federal government is a constitutional republic, limited in jurisdiction, and whose leaders are chosen by we the people. That you gave us the inalienable rights of the free exercise of a religion, freedom of speech and of the press, the right of the people to peaceably assemble, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Also, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. We thank you for raising up Donald J. Trump as a modern-day Cyrus in this time of chaos. and in his first 4 years of service has proven himself the most effective and most prosperity-producing president in the past century, the most pro-life president in the modern era, and the most supportive president of Israel since its rebirth in 1948. We thank you for saving Donald J. Trump from an assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, thereby showing the world that your hand is upon him, and you have chosen him for your purposes in saving this country that you love and your deliverance from the wicked lawfare that he is enduring. We thank you for uncovering the depth of corruption in the deep state and the purging of uniparty globalists and traitors from the GOP. Hallelujah. We thank you for bringing cultural influencers such as Elon Musk, Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the side of righteousness. We thank you for choosing J.D. Vance as President Trump's running mate, as he is a man of true integrity, humility, and loves you dearly. Father God, we come now to humble ourselves and pray and seek your face. We turn from our wicked ways. Please hear us from heaven, forgive our sins, and heal our land. We ask that you would remind us that our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rules, against the powers, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places, and give us the grace to do battle in the supernatural realm. We ask that you would ensure election integrity in our state and nation. We ask that you would confound any and all schemes of the evil one to interfere in a peaceful transfer of power to the new administration truthfully chosen by we the people. And that you would confound any use of the 20+ million illegal aliens against us. We ask that you would unify we the people by exposing the lies of racism as propagated by the extreme left and abolishing the Marxist teachings of critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion. We ask that you would raise up those that call themselves your followers to obey your command to be salt and light in the public square. That we love our neighbors by putting God-fearing leaders into the seats of power, who will in turn create laws that follow your principles and not those of the enemy. Call forth your Esthers and your Mordecais for such a time as this. We ask that you would give courage to the pastors to stand for righteousness and look to you and you alone for their provision, that they would come to see through the lie of separation of church and state being perpetrated by the federal government to keep them silent, that silence is consent, and that all God-fearing people would fulfill their duty as citizens to register and vote for biblical principles. We ask that you would give us a billion-soul revival to bring reformation to our culture and remove any and all abominations that we have allowed to take root. We ask that you would continue to bless, show favor, and provide natural and supernatural protection for the Trump family, the Vance family, and the RFK Jr. family, and all their supporters. We ask that you would guide and direct the Trump campaign leadership to do according to your will, that they will humble themselves and trust you to guide them to victory. We ask that you would replace ungodly representatives and senators with those that fear you on the federal, state, and local levels, that you would replace ungodly trustees in our school boards with those that love you and will choose family, faith, and parental rights over evil agendas. And finally, we ask that you would inspire your sons and daughters to live by the statement from your servant John Quincy Adams, who said, "Duty is ours, results are God's." In Jesus' mighty name, the name above all names, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairwoman of Boulder City Republican Women, Jennifer Tuggle, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in celebrating our pledge to our great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Clark County Republican Party Chairman Jesse Law to sing our national anthem.
Las Vegas! Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming on the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage national TV host, radio host, and best-selling author from Real America's Voice TV, Wayne Allen Root.
Like our chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love gets a little chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, how are ya? Hello, Las Vegas. Hello, fellow Trump warriors. Hello, American patriots. Hello, deplorables. My name is Wayne Allen Root. My friends call me War. And the deranged, fake liberal news media calls me far right. And that's because so far, I've always been right. Now, I am a Trump warrior through and through. Since 2015, when Trump came down that escalator, I have been 24/7, 365. My 3 TV shows, including 2 on Real America's Voice TV, The Root Reaction, and America's Top 10 Countdown. My national radio show right here in Vegas on AM 670. 25 hours a week. I am Trump, Trump, Trump. Now he is a remarkable person, and I really am proud to have him as a friend. He called me right after the debate on Tuesday night. The phone rang, and I was at a debate watch party with my friends, and I looked out at the phone, and my cell phone says 45. And I said, holy crap, Trump's calling. And so right in front of my friends, I pick up the phone, and Trump says, Wayne, how did I do tonight? And I'll tell you what I told him. I said, you did fantastic. You kicked her ass. But, this is what I said. This was 7 minutes after the debate ended. I said, but it was rigged. They cheated. They gave her the questions. They gave her every question. So, here's the deal. I'm very proud and honored to have a great friend like President Trump. I'm not a billionaire business mogul. I'm not a genius who could change the country and save the country and make America great again. I'm not the guy who's 52 days away from being the 47th president of the United States. But what I am is an idea man. And I'm honored if and when Trump is willing to listen to my ideas, because I just want to help save this country for my children and my future grandchildren. So I wrote a column about 4 months ago, and I lobbied on TV, and I lobbied on radio, and I lobbied with Trump, and my idea was no tax on Social Security. And President Trump listened and made it happen. And then 2 weeks ago, I wrote a column, and I lobbied on TV, and I lobbied on radio, and I lobbied with President Trump. And yesterday, he announced my idea: no tax on overtime. No tax on OT. And he listened. He listened. The man is the greatest president of my lifetime. He is a great friend, and he listens. And now he's going to make it happen. Amazing. So here are my thoughts. I wanted to share with you my thoughts on the debate on Tuesday night. Because here's the deal. President Trump said something in that debate that they mocked him. They laughed at him. They tried to humiliate him. But he said something that everybody remembers. He said that in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian immigrants are killing the dogs and the cats. And guess what? He was right. It's happening. It's happening. And it became the most memorable line of the evening. It's all anyone remembers. They can't remember what Kamala said, but they all remember that the illegal immigrants are killing the dogs and the cats. Let me tell you the point of all this. Donald Trump is a genius. Donald Trump knew that if he brought up Springfield, Ohio, the American people would understand that we are under attack, that we are under invasion. Do you love your children? Do you love your mother? Do you love your sisters? Do you love your children? Do you love your dogs and cats? The border is open. The border is open. We are being invaded. Our towns are being overwhelmed. So my next idea for President Trump is that he should, in the next week, announce a town hall in Springfield, Ohio. A televised national town hall. So, as I close today, and you will understand just what I'm saying, right? I mean, that was the point of Trump's comment, to make you laser focus on what's happening to our country. It's being stolen, it's being invaded, it's being destroyed. So as I leave you today, my closing point, think of this election like multi-level marketing. I'm not joking. Let's turn the GOP into Amway. We can't succeed. We can't succeed if every one of you votes just once. But if every one of you pledges and commits to bring 10 to the polls, and they bring 10, and they bring 10, and they bring 10, we will bring 100 million voters out for President Trump, and we will make this election. And we will make this election too big to rig. Because there is only one man who could make this nation secure again, safe again, prosperous again, and make it great again. President Donald J. Trump. God bless you. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless capitalism. God bless America, and viva Las Vegas!
Like our chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio, I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love gets a little chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage television personality from Pawn Stars, Rick Harrison.
Only in America, dreaming in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America.
Hey, everybody.
Sun going down.
All right. Well, I was literally like 10 minutes ago. They said, "You want to get on stage and talk?" I'm sure. Why not? Usually, like in the immortal words of Mark Twain, I think he said once that it usually takes a few months to prepare for an impromptu speech, but I literally have 10 minutes. But I just want to say, Donald Trump, I mean, I've met him plenty of times. I've had dinner with him. I've been to the White House. He really is that good guy. He's not what the media over there portrays him as. He's a man that really, really cares about normal people, okay? You have the Washington establishment, and we're just the plebes. We're the poors. They don't want to even talk to us, and whatever will appease them. Trump really wants us to do well. And, it's just, and, you get Kamala Harris, who will say anything that she thinks will get her elected. Not once in the history of the world has a country been taxed into prosperity. Okay? It just doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. Show me one spot where it works. It works nowhere. We all want to raise our kids, go to our own church, make sure our kids do better than we do. Okay, and the government just get the hell out of the way. You have the Democrats and Harris, they literally want to just micromanage our entire lives from cradle to grave. And you know what? I think I know what's best for me. I think you know what's best for you. And what the best thing is for this country is Donald Trump. I mean, if we have 4 more years of this insanity, and I love it when Kamala Harris says on day one she's going to do this and this and this, when, so just do it. You're there already. I mean, like, literally, you could go into the White House and do it, and Biden wouldn't even know you were doing it. Like I said, literally, we have fentanyl, we have, criminals, everything. My son died this year from fentanyl. Okay, and it's, there's a lot of blame to go around. But part of the blame is the Biden administration. They're letting it into this country. Why they're letting it into this country, I have no idea. But in their crazy mind, they think it's somehow going to get them votes. That's literally how crazy they are, and they don't give a damn about the American people. They just give a damn about staying in power and letting the swamp go on and on and on. The day after my son died, Trump called me. Biden didn't. He's an amazing individual. He's a brilliant man. I have had dinner with him, and he has talked about business deals he did 40 years ago and tell you everybody involved in the business deal, what every single person met, okay? And then ask me what about all my kids and know their names. He's a brilliant man that loves this country. I love this country. I love this town. I've lived here for 43 years. I've seen this town grow up. It's the greatest city in this country. Sorry, all the other cities, but it truly is. And this city is going to get Nevada to vote for Trump, and we're going to take the White House back. Thanks, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Olympic gold medalist and UFC champion, Henry Cejudo.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody's hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you're going in, put your hands.
Good evening, everybody. As an Olympic gold medalist and 2-division champ in the UFC, I'm also a proud American, a Christian, and a father. It's weird as you get older, you start to understand why people get involved in politics and why we could be so radical with it. And I start to understand. I mean, I'm to the point where I named my firstborn America. But I also have concerns also for my daughter. Because before, you know, we used to try to protect the public schools. Now we're protecting our kids from the public schools. From anybody can go to the restroom, from the teacher telling you could be a cardboard box, or if you're a boy, you're a girl, or you're a he-man. Or whether you have extended family and they're having a really hard time buying red meat or buying eggs to, you know, to keep their family afloat. I was a kid that grew up in humble beginnings, raised by a single mother, you know, lived in tough circumstances. But there was one thing that always inspired me from my mom, and she would tell me, an immigrant lady, she would tell me, Henry, tú eres un americano. She's like, Henry, you are an American. Coming here today, I get a lot of slack for being a Trump supporter. You know, being Latino, for some reason, people tend to just pinpoint you, thinking you're a racist here or there, but the reality is, the person that we're serving now, the person that doesn't even need to run for president, his name is Donald J. Trump. Somebody who is not a politician, somebody who is the truth. Somebody who was, you know, the attempt of assassination to kill our president. Someone who's willing to risk their life on the line to save our country. I asked myself too, you know, why did our forefathers do what they did to fight the English back in 1776? They did it for our freedom. And we're losing that, guys. We're losing that. We cannot allow this country to continue to keep going on that path, because who knows? We may not be too far from being another Venezuela. And this is why I commend a president like Donald J. Trump, because he doesn't have to do it. He was 2 inches away from being assassinated. And for what? I'm going to tell you for what. For the freedom of our country. To not be afraid. To not be afraid to go against your own government. I feel good, and I feel as we unite, this race should not be it shouldn't be about race nor gender. It should be about the best candidate who is willing, again, to risk his life, his literal life on the line for this great country. I'm honored. I want to thank you know, the Donald J. Trump campaign and everybody for giving me this platform to inspire people, because I also want to show the American Latinos that, hey, go out there, man, speak the truth, even if you're hated, even if you're pinpointed, because there is a better truth, and that better truth is freedom in the United States. Let's make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Chief of Staff at the United States Department of Defense, Kash Patel.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Is Donald J. Trump going to win the great state of Nevada? Are you his army sent from God to make sure we defeat the injustice in Washington, D.C.? Well, let's mobilize as one. Us Silver Staters are going to deliver the West for Donald J. Trump, and we're going to deliver this election for the greatest president we have ever seen in our lifetimes. But we are up against a behemoth. Just think about it. In the 21st century of the United States of America, did you think a political party would illegally spend campaign dollars to hire a foreign intelligence asset from overseas and funnel fake, false information into the Federal Bureau of Investigation, only to have them go to a secret surveillance court, lie to a federal judge, just so that they could illegally surveil their political opponent? And as the president says, they're coming after you, he's just standing in the way. Well, I'm here to tell you it's time for us to stand with him and behind Donald J. Trump. Because if you don't think those government gangsters have quieted down, you haven't been paying attention. Just last week, what did we hear from the Department of Injustice and Merrick Garland and Chris Wray? It's Russia, Russia, Russia all over again. They've illegally surveilled hundreds of thousands of citizens. The government gangsters in Washington, D.C. have one main operational arm. That is a two-tier system of justice that they choose to weaponize and politicize because we care more about America than they do. And they fear the presidency of Donald J. Trump because during his first term, when I served under him, he was out there wiping out the corruption in Washington, D.C. And if he comes back, it's not a Republican or Democratic thing, it's a uniparty swamp monster thing. If he comes back, Donald Trump will permanently retire the swamp monster class. We are facing the biggest projection con artists of our lifetime with Harris and the radical left wing. They accuse us of every single thing they are doing. They try to imprison our great leader illegally time and time again. They raid our houses of worship. They tell us where our children can go to school and what they should learn. Well, I don't know about you, but I want our future generation to know history, math, and economics. I don't want them to know gender fluidity at the age of 10. We have the greatest leader the Coliseum has built, and Donald J. Trump is our champion. He is our juggernaut of justice. But we have to marshalize behind them because we have the truth. They don't have that. Kamala Harris does not have a single national security policy that is better than President Trump's. If she did, she would have implemented it 4 years ago instead of stealing his ideas. And when it comes to national security, whether I was serving as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence or as Chief of Staff, the mission was simple when I walked into the Oval Office. President Trump said singularly, we are going to kill the emirs of ISIS. We are going to wipe out al-Qaeda's senior leadership. We are going to end the forever wars. We are going to crush the narco-traffickers. We are going to stop the CCP fentanyl. And we are going to restore American diplomacy overseas. I said, Roger that, boss. Who wouldn't want to sign up for that? We are going to stop behind Donald Trump's brilliant leadership. I have seen more courage and conviction in this man's one finger than I have seen in 10 lifetimes in 10 countries. This man is proud to stand for America, and we will stand with him. We will stop sending money to the forever wars. We will take care of our 55,000 homeless veterans first. Our men and women on the thin blue line come first. Our teachers come first. Our first responders come first. Our children come first. Illegal immigrants do not come first in this country. There is a legal way here, and just like thousands of you, I found myself legally here in this country. My father fled a genocidal dictatorship and had the American dream for his children. That American dream is alive and well in Donald Trump's America for each and every one of your children. That American dream is not alive for Kamala Harris. She wants to rob you of that dream and seize the truth from you and establish a dynasty in Washington, D.C. that tears apart this world. Well, I want a president that goes overseas and ends the forever wars. I want a president that doesn't fund the Iranian mullahs and $7 billion of terrorism funding activities. And you don't have to gamble on Donald J. Trump. He took them on over and over again. And ask you this, who do you think the current hostages, Americans and others that are being held by the terrorists who invaded Israel and started the World War, do you think they want Kamala Harris? Or do you think they want Donald Trump, who rescued who rescued 54 hostages and detainees around the world. That is more than every president before him combined. We will not allow the government gangsters to leave us a disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. They desecrated our dead. Donald J. Trump had an intelligence-based plan where I led the effort to withdraw out of Afghanistan, and he said we are not setting a political timeline. Our men and women are too important. Donald Trump had 0 casualties during his withdrawal plan, which we handed off, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lit on fire. Kamala Harris hasn't even had the decency to call the families of the 13. And do you know how those 13 brave warriors died? Harris and Biden made the political decision to let terrorists out of Bagram Air Force Base, and one of them strapped a suicide bomb to his vest and blew up our heroes. Then they had Millie and Austin come in and thump their chest and drone strike 7 children. That is not justice, that is murder. So if you are with me and if you are with the greatest president of our lifetime, then it is up to us to stand behind him. It is up to us to unify this country. We are not the separatists. We are not the racists. We are the greatest set of Americans we have ever had, and we have an unequivalent parallel leader in Donald J. Trump. So I leave you with the following. Our mission is simple, just to do exactly what our brave leader Donald J. Trump has always done, and put Americans first, and not to run this country by DEI and white rage and climate change. I am proud to be an Indian American. I am proud to call Las Vegas my home. I moved out here after our administration ended. You all have welcomed me with open arms, and I cannot thank you enough. I will fight every single day for this great state. And as President Trump said, if we win Nevada, we win the whole damn thing. I will take the fight to every state across this country for our great leader, because Donald J. Trump deserves our effort, our love, our conviction, and our desire. I am going to go on a government gangsters manhunt in Washington, D.C. for our great president. Who's coming with me?
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage candidate for United States Senate, Sam Brown.
'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass, it's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list. And the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. And the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell. And it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Of the red, white, and blue.
You're not ready. Where are the champions at? Where are the champions at? Nevada, are you ready? Are you ready to fight? America needs us right now. America needs us so bad. Let me tell you a little story about the American dream. 23 years ago, this week, I was a senior in high school when our country was attacked on 9/11. Less than a year later, I'm raising my right hand on the banks of the Hudson River to serve this country. I tell you what, this country is the greatest country in the world because of people who are willing to sacrifice then and now. "16 years ago, last week, I was in Afghanistan. We had friendly troops under fire. And when we've got Americans under fire, we don't stand back. We run to the sound of the guns to help out our fellow Americans. But guys, sometimes that service requires sacrifice. And that's when, on that fateful day, I lost a soldier and 4 of us were wounded. But that wasn't the end of my life, that was just the beginning. Now look, I've been to hell and back, but by God's grace, through it all, I'm a proud husband of 15 years, a proud father of 3 kids, and I had an opportunity to live the American dream. Let me tell you, 6 years ago today, I was working in an Amazon fulfillment center, packing boxes and loading them onto a trailer. 4 years ago today, yes, literally today, like so many of you, I had on my Make America Great hat. I was a volunteer for Donald J. Trump. Only in America can you go from being a soldier, wounded, pick yourself back up, work hard, 10-hour shifts, and end up standing on a stage to become the next United States Senator from the great state of Nevada. Nevada, here's my message for you. In the same way that when I needed help the most, when I had lost all hope that my life would even last the next 60 seconds, it was one of my soldiers who screamed out to me, "Sir, I've got you." And I've got you, Nevada, because here's the deal. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Jackie Rosen have had an opportunity these last 4 years and have squandered it. They have made life hard for so many, unnecessarily hard. Look, I've been a small business owner. I'm a family man. 6 years ago, I bought a house that today I could not afford. Is there anyone else out here that couldn't afford to buy their house again today if they had to? This is ridiculous. It is so unnecessary. President Trump had this economy working for almost everybody. Everybody. We had a chance to achieve the American dream. And that is what President Trump will do on November 5th when he wins and he goes back to the White House and he has a Republican Senate to help. Guys, we've received the benefits of President Trump's leadership. We had a secure border. We had an economy that worked for us, and we will have it again. And I tell you what, here's his plan, and here's the plan that the Senate will work for, and I will be a champion for you on. We will make housing more affordable again. We must make the essentials affordable again, like our food, our fuel, our medication. and we will end taxes on tips, and we will end taxes on Social Security benefits. America has got a warrior and a champion in President Donald J. Trump. And you have got a warrior in me. I've got your back. Let's win in November. Let's send President Trump to the White House. Let's beat Jackie Rosen and make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of the Republican Party of Nevada, Michael McDonald.
Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid, and I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, I'm still standing. Once I never could have hoped to win. You're starting down the road, leaving me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. And if my love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now.
Las Vegas. You know, they say we're the rowdiest part of the state, we're the rowdiest part of the nation, and we're the swing state that's going to put Trump back in office. Just a note. Amen. How many of you saw that debate, so-called debate, last week? Was it me, or did he sound like he was taking 3-on-1? Did you notice one particular thing with Kamala Harris and her crew? They don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about the border. When Kamala was asked, let's talk about the economy, she said, let's talk about Trump's rallies. And then she did a Well, I got news for you, Kamala, and all you Democrats. We don't leave early. We don't leave when the bullets start flying. We stay there for our president. Hold on. 1 second. They need to hear you in California. Fight! 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 What I can also guarantee you is the Democrats won't do that. The Democrats can't do that. She has nothing on policy. We talked about no tax on tips. She raised a bill that taxed the working men and women, tax on tips. Now she wants to take credit for what Donald Trump's done right here in this state at Sunset Park when he said, no tax on tips. Ladies and gentlemen, this is easy. These are kitchen table issues. This is about what affects every one of us. The price of gas, the price of food. These can all be shown. Kamala, you can't run. You can't hide from your own words, from your own actions. You can laugh all you want,
you can have your fraternity sister, or sorry, sorority sister, be the moderator. You don't know these days, that's all I'm saying. But I will tell you, I'm so proud of everyone in this audience because we don't have one movie actor other than Rick, any one Hollywood movie actor supporting this president. We don't have any billionaires, but I can tell you we got almost 10,000 people in this room, working men and women that support the next president of the United States. You got to understand, how many of you have seen Batman? Anybody seen Batman? Remember Batman? I ran into a young man outside, and he says, does the other lady, didn't know her name, doesn't she remind you of Two-Face in the movie Batman? And it's true. Depending where she is and who she's speaking to, you're going to get a different answer. One thing I can guarantee you, I've been with Donald Trump since 2015. The man doesn't run, he doesn't hide, and he will tell you exactly what he's going to do, and he will not back or kneel down for another nation. He puts America first. You want the chant? Let's go. You don't hear Democrats at their rallies saying that. You don't see them with the flag flying behind them. That debate the other night might have well has been at the Democratic convention as fair as that was against Donald Trump. That's how bad it was. But I can tell you one thing, and this cements it for everybody who's undecided. When our president was shot, he got up. He didn't run. He didn't look for cover. He stood up to the men and women in that audience and he said, "Fight!" It is now your turn. Before you leave here, you make a promise to Donald Trump. You are going to vote. You're going to get your friends to vote, your neighbors to vote, and we're going to fight for Donald Trump and take back this nation.
Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Once I never could have hoped to win. You're starting down the road, leaving me again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage four-term Congresswoman from Hawaii's 2nd District and Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve, Tulsi Gabbard.
Let me back it up to the start of the climb. Faced with an army of vipers and lions, I had to keep
Aloha! 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 It's so good to see all of you. Thank you so much. It is such an honor and a privilege to join all of you here tonight, my fellow Americans and patriots who love our country and are committed to saving her.
We have such an incredible and historic opportunity before us. Americans coming together in the way that our founders envisioned. We may not agree on every single issue, neither did our founding fathers, but they came together around the values and principles that are most important to us all as Americans, as we are doing here today and as we must do in this election. Those principles of freedom and the right of every single American to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, I joined the Democratic Party over 20 years ago. I was 21 years old in Hawaii, and at that time I saw a party that was the Big Tent Party. It welcomed people from all different backgrounds, different views, celebrated free speech, and actually defended those whose speech was being attacked, even if they disagreed with their views. It was a party that fought for the little guy, a party that fought for the plantation workers back in Hawaii. It was a party that stood up for the little guy and represented our values of freedom and liberty in America. You fast forward to where we are today. I left the Democrat Party because now it stands for the exact opposite of all of those things. I'm proud to endorse Donald Trump in this election because he is our best hope. He is our best hope to bring about historic transformational change, to stop the censorship of free speech in America, to stop the weaponization of our law enforcement and Department of Justice against everyday Americans, including first and foremost Donald Trump. I never would have imagined as an American and as a soldier that we would live in a country in my lifetime where we would feel like we have to self-censor what we say, that we couldn't criticize our own government for fear of them labeling us as a domestic terrorist. But this is the country that we live in. The very next day after I did an interview with Laura Ingraham on Fox News, and I talked about how dangerous Kamala Harris would be as our president and commander-in-chief, I was added to a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Shortly after, an FBI agent named Steve Friend blew the whistle on how the FBI agents were being used essentially as the Democrats' police force to go after their political opponents. They basically took away his job, doxed him, exposed his medical records publicly. I spoke with him today, and he is unemployed and unemployable because of what the FBI did to him. We are just two of many who are experiencing the political retaliation under the Harris-Biden administration. In America, we cannot allow that to stand. We are closer to the brink of World War III and nuclear war today than we ever have been before, directly because of the Harris-Biden administration's foreign policy. I've spoken with President Trump about this and heard and felt his commitment to walk us back from the brink and do all that he can to make it so that we don't have to live in fear of a nuclear Armageddon. Too many Americans are struggling just to afford the basic necessities of life. No matter how many times we've heard Kamala Harris and Joe Biden over these last 4 years tout and celebrate how Bidenomics has been great for America, it's really a slap in the face to Americans who are struggling just to pay the bills. It's almost as though they're out of touch with the reality that the American people are living all across the country. It's almost as though they're speaking from an ivory tower, saying how great they are and patting themselves on the back, while people are struggling for crumbs on the streets. This election isn't really about Democrats versus Republicans. This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about choosing, we the people choosing our government, and the choice is between freedom versus tyranny. The choice is between our ability to live and thrive in a peaceful and prosperous society, or to live in a constant state of war and economic hardship. Our founding fathers said that our government only exists with the consent of the governed. It's up to us to save our country. It's up to us to save our world. Our best hope to do that in this election is doing all we can, not only to vote for Donald Trump, but to make sure your friends and family do the same. This is a must-win state in Nevada, and our mission we have a no-fail mission before us, every single one of us as Americans who cherish peace and freedom and who love our country, to save our country, and we do this on November 5th. Thank you all so much for your support and for all that you're doing. Aloha, thank you.
Let me back it up to the start of the climb. Faced with an army of vipers and lions, I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist, got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist, it couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, 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 picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer, bone shaker, dominator, freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. Tell me what it is that you think you believe, caught in a crossfire, trouble at sea. Every single day I feel that gold underneath, I see the locked doors, but I got the key. I'ma give you a second just to catch your breath, cause I can see that your heart is jumping out your chest. I know you gave it all, cause I've already seen your best, and it's time you accepted this. Gladiator, 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 picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer, bone shaker, dominator, freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. I've got every reason to fight. I've got every reason to fight. Have you ever shaken hands with the devil in the night? Let me tell you, I've got every reason to fight. Gladiator, 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 picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer, bone shaker, dominator, freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. Gladiator, gladiator, picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer, bone shaker, dominator, freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
I hopped off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in a cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rockin' kicks? She gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see are stilettos. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Feel like I've been on a flight back to my hometown tonight. Something stops me every time. The DJ plays my song and I feel alright. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose I ain't got many friends left to talk to. Nowhere to run when I'm in trouble. You know I'd do anything for you. Stay alive but keep it undercover. I just wanna use your love tonight. Oh, I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Try to stop my hands from shaking. Something in my mind's not making sense. It's been a while since we were all alone. Looking at the way I'm feeling. As you're leaving, please would you close the door? And don't forget what I told you. Just 'cause you're on, you don't mean I'm wrong. Another shoulder to cry upon. I just wanna use your love tonight. Yeah, I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Yeah, I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never had. dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. Gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I guess the rain's down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you. Gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. I
was Christmas Day. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness, in the pitch black of night. We landed in war-torn western Iraq. No lights on the runway. There were hundreds of troops packed into a dining hall. They had absolutely no idea that the President and First Lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a sound and a scene that I hope I never forget. That room absolutely erupted. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And without missing a beat, the president said, "And son, I am here because of you."
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
changed and it feels so strange. I come alive when she does all those things to me. And she says, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I need you. Come on, I love you. Come on, I need you. Come on, come on. Please come on away. It's so right, so right. Here with you here tonight. Please come away. Just hold me close. Don't ever let me go.
Quick, what did he done down a father and both his sons in San Francisco? Roni Aguilera, an illegal immigrant from Honduras, was arrested, released, and went on to murder a 14-year-old boy with a sword. Alexander Izagir, an illegal immigrant convicted of multiple crimes, was released, given job training by the city, and later robbed the woman in an assault that left her with a fractured skull. What did these criminals all have in common? Each of them was put back on the street by Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has vowed to defund the police, eliminate cash bail, and grant citizenship to millions of unvetted illegal immigrants. These are dangerously liberal policies that benefit illegal immigrants and criminals, not us. These are criminals for Kamala.
I feel that it's real. I'm on trial, and I'm here again, your prison. Like a coin in your mint, I am dented and I'm spared with hot treason. Through a glass eye you thrown is the one danger zone. Take me to the pilot for control. Take me to the pilot of your soul. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I'm but a stranger. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I'm but a stranger. Na na na, na na na, na na na, na 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 na, na na na, na na na, na na na, na 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 na. Well, I know he's not old, and I'm told he's a virgin. Oh, he, maybe she, well, I'm told, and I'll never for certain. Through a glass eye throne is the one danger zone. Take me to the pilot for control. Take me to the pilot of your soul. Yeah, yeah, take me to the pilot. Lead me through the chamber. Take me to the pilot. I'm but a stranger. Take me to the pilot. Lead me through the chamber. Take me to the pilot. I'm but a stranger. Na na na, na na na, na na na, na 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 na, na na na, na na na, na na na, na 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 na. Through a glass eye throne is the one danger zone. Take me to the pilot for control. Take me to the pilot of your soul. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I am but a stranger. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I am but a stranger. Na na na, na na na, na na na.
To let me know, should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you got to let me know, should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. You're happy when I'm on my knees. One day it's fine and next it's black. So if you want me off your back, well come on and let me know, should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? Decisions bugging me. Indecision, they molest us. If you don't want me, set me free. Exactly whom I'm supposed to be. Don't you know which clothes even fit me? Come on and let me know, should I cool it or should I blow? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go there will be trouble, and if I stay it will be double. So you gotta let me know, should I cool it or should I blow? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I go?
not working hard. Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything
Take advantage of the night, cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
tonight. I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab them, at least you fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. What I'm involved with is deeper than the Masons, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, darling. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight.
do you think you'll do then? I bet they shoot down your plane. It'll take you a couple of hot urine tonics to set you on your feet again. Maybe you'll get a replacement. There's plenty like me to be found. Mongrels who ain't got a penny, sniffing for tidbits like you. On the so goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. You can't plant me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my plow, back to the house all out in the woods, cutting the hornback toad. Oh, I found that inside my future lies beyond the yellow brick road.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't seen nothing like him in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He stands like a statue, becomes part of the machine. Feeling all the bumpers, always playing clean. Plays by intuition, the digit counters fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard, there has to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got such a supple wrist. How do you think he does? I don't know. What makes him so good? Ain't got no distractions, can't hear no buzzes and bells. Don't see no lights flashing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly
today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Hello, Las Vegas. Hello, Las Vegas. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. As you all saw 3 months ago, we had a monumental victory. We had a beautiful victory 3 months ago, and then a couple of nights ago, we had an even better victory. We took her on, Comrade Kamala Harris. We took her on, and we did really well. Every poll had us up like 90, 92, 87. We actually had one 92-6. Which sounds about right, because now today Rasmussen just came up and we were 6 points up, so it's pretty good. We dismantled her terrible record, we exposed her radical liberal agenda, and we laid out our plans to quite simply make America great again. Meanwhile, Comrade Kamala Harris, comrade, showed up spewing lies and meaningless platitudes with no plans, no policies, and no solutions whatsoever. She doesn't have a clue. The only thing she had was a lot of people trying to push her over the line. It's not happening. We're not going to let this country be destroyed. It's already in deep trouble. She offered American voters nothing but falsehoods and hoaxes while our country is being destroyed. Our country is being destroyed. Do we know that? Not going to be for long. Honestly, November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. I really believe that. And today she had a terrible interview. Did you see the interview she had today? She can't talk. She can't talk. She can't talk without maybe getting the answers. What's the story with that? Did she get the questions? Do you think? So I hear she got the questions, and I also heard she had something in the ear, a little something in the ear. No, Kamala, do this. Say it this way, Kamala. Okay, be quiet. Too many people watching. She had a terrible interview today with the Philadelphia TV station, a big word salad. She just kept talking. She had no idea what the hell she was saying. She reminded me of Sleepy Joe Biden. But people said that I was angry during the debate. And I said, why wouldn't I be angry? Of course I'm angry. We got 21 million people that came into our country, invading our communities, invading our cities and our towns, and destroying our country. I'm angry about Venezuelan gangs taking over Aurora, Colorado. And I'm angry about illegal Haitian migrants taking over Springfield, Ohio. You see that mess, don't you? And the Colorado governor is petrified. He's scared. He doesn't know what to do. The Venezuelans are attacking my state, he said. The Venezuelans have big AK-47 Supremes. There's a Supreme. Where the hell do they get these guns? Our soldiers can't get these guns. They're taking over our country from within. I mean, can you believe it? Then we got Kamala. I'm angry about young American girls being raped and murdered by savage criminal aliens that come into our country very easily but very illegally. I'm angry about rampant inflation destroying our middle class, and the American people are damn angry too. We're all angry. Country's being wrecked. That's why 53 days from now, we're going to tell Harris that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore. Comrade Kamala Harris, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. Get the hell out of here. She shouldn't be there anyway. She got no votes. She's a threat to democracy, right? That's what they say. They always say, Donald Trump, you know, it's a soundbite for them. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. No, she's a threat. Think of it. Joe Biden had 14 million votes. She had none. She was the first one that failed. Out of all the candidates, I think they had 22. She didn't even make it to Iowa, the first stop. Didn't even make it during the nominating process. She didn't make it to Iowa. She had no votes and she got it, but we're running against her. I think based on what I'm seeing in the polls, I think she could be just as easy as him. He was down so much. He was down 21 points. And they went to him and they said, get out of here, Sleepy Joe, you're going to lose. I'm not going to get out. I won't do it. He held on for about a day. Did you see the hat, though, the other day, right? He walked into a great, beautiful area in Pennsylvania. I was there because that's where one of the planes came down. You know that? It was incredible. The reverence that we had for that area. It's horrible. But the bravery of those people on that plane. But the fire station, which was so brave also, and they did a fantastic job. And the place was stacked with every family member. And Joe went in first, and nobody, they didn't even, you could hear a pin drop. And then one of the firemen said, put the hat on. Put it on. And I thought he was a little bit rough, Cash. I thought he was a little bit rough, actually. You know, we're talking to the President of the United States, right? But this fireman, rough guy, obviously a Trump fan. So they throw him a Make America Great. Look at him. Look at all of them. Oh, I love your hat. Stand up. Stand up. Look at him. No, stand up right there. Turn around. Show the cameras. I love that. I love that hat. You're going to have to give me that hat later. I'm going to have to make it, okay? Would you do that? You're so cute. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. That could be the end of my political career. We're not allowed to say that anymore. That's a great hat. But they looked at Joe, they said, put on the hat. No, I can't do that. It wouldn't look good, you know. It says Trump on it. No, it doesn't say that. It says Make America Great Again. And then the guy goes, put it on. Put it on. Now. Okay. And he puts it on, and the rest is history. It was so good. Right? The rest is history. Sleepy Joe. What's better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Okay, ready? A free poll. You know, it's Friday night. We have a lot of time, right? Do you think later on should I do the snake or not? People love the snake. It's so appropriate. Okay, you ready? A quick poll. Ready? I'll go Sleepy Joe, and then I'll go Crooked Joe. Ready? Who likes Sleepy Joe? Who likes Crooked Joe? All right, thank you. I just saved $200,000 with these phony pollsters.
They don't even go out and check. They just give you a number. Sir, that'll cost $250,000 to interview 200 people. Oh, thank you. You just did it for nothing. And they don't interview the 200, but they just put down a number. Let's see, Trump is ahead 50 to 46. No, that was something. And then, by the way, 2 hours later, I walked into the same firehouse. The place went crazy. Right? The most preposterous part of Kamala, and how do you like the name Comrade Kamala Harris? You know why? It indicates that she is a communist, comrade, because she is. Do you know that she's further left than crazy Bernie Sanders? Can you believe it? He's crazy, that guy. He's almost as crazy as Nancy Pelosi. She's nuts. The most preposterous part of Kamala's debate performance was when she tried to gaslight the public into believing she never supported the radical left policies that she has championed for her entire career. Do you mind if we roll a tape, please? Let's roll a tape. Go ahead.
Gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away, so stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
I support buybacks.
How mandatory is your gun buyback program?
It's mandatory.
I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as Vice President, private health care options.
You support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care. And you don't have to go through the process of going through an insurance company, having them give you approval, going through the paperwork, all of the delay that may require. Who of us has not had that situation where you got to wait for approval and the doctor says, well, I don't know if your insurance company is going to cover this? Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
Everything is a lie, including the fact that she never worked at McDonald's. She lied about that, too. I told that to one of the fake news people 2 days ago. I was doing a news conference, and the fake news was there. I said, you people all said she worked beautifully at McDonald's. It turned out it was a lie. Will you admit it? Will you admit it, I said. And they said, oh, yeah, we'll admit they never did. They don't want to. They're protecting her. I don't know why. I mean, she wants open borders. She wants Pennsylvania, zero. You know what's going to happen? They'll never be fracking in Pennsylvania. They're going to take away your guns. You saw that. They're going to take away your guns. She's going to take away your guns. Would anybody like to give up their gun? Would anybody like to voluntarily, with great liberal fanfare, say, I'd like to give up my weapon so that I can be shot in my house? But she's clearly not well. Take a look at these videos. Look at this real fast.
And being a bitch. Turn that off. Okay, we got to get to some business. We got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you, 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 please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business.
She said thank you 38 times. And at the end it was, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I said, what the hell's, what's wrong with her? I say thank you, and you wait a couple of seconds. You say thank you again. You say, come on, let's get going. Thank you one more time. She's 38 times. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's something wrong with her, okay? Or she would say, she's weird. She's weird. You know, that was another soundbite they made up about JD and myself. No, we're solid people. We're very solid. We're very solid people. We're not weird. They're weird. How about the vice president? How about the vice president? Now he's weird. Despite all of these flagrant lies and the many other hoaxes she spread, the fake news moderators did not check her out. They didn't check what Comrade Kamala Harris, they didn't, do you see the lies that she was making up? Project 2025, I've said 100 times, I know nothing about it. I had nothing to do. She goes out with a commercial. I support this. I support that. I support 25. All lies. And lies that she knows are lies that have been debunked, as they say in the crazy news organization. Hey, that's a lot of press we have back there. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news. Meanwhile, every time they interfered to fact check me, it turned out that they were wrong and Trump was right. For example, a big one, I said that crime was up massively. I didn't want to go into the details. What's the purpose? Crime was up massively. And David Muir, you know, he's another one who doesn't have a clue, you know? And his hair was much better 5 years ago, I can tell you. But David Muir barged in to claim that, sir, crime was down. And he said, quote, President Trump, as you know, the FBI, says overall violent crime is coming down in this country. Now, you don't have to see the stat. You see what the hell is happening with crime? Who would say it was down, even if, without looking? So he reprimanded me for saying that crime was up. And you know, somebody in our government at a very high level likes me. And they released the real numbers. It said, yet in breaking news, just yesterday night, the premier statistical agency at the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, released brand new data showing that since Kamala Harris took office, violent crime nationwide is up 40%, rape is up 42%, car theft is up 42%, robberies are up 67%, aggravated assaults are up much more than 55%, and violent crime with a weapon is up 56%. Violent attacks on strangers, I never heard of that one, is up 61+%. So David Muir owes me an apology. Do you agree? She lies about everything, just like she lied about jobs. They said they had 818,000 jobs, and it was a fraud. They didn't. They just wanted to pad the numbers before the election. But fortunately, we had a leaker or a whistleblower. I don't care which. I love that person. I'm not sure who it is. And that person said that it was a total fraud. They wanted to announce the correction. They were going to do a correction right after the election. They were going to do it on the 10th of November. They just wanted to get by the election. So they fraudulently added 818,000 jobs. Isn't that unbelievable? And they announced, and yesterday they announced, yes, it was a slip up, 818,000. Because their job numbers were looking like, you know, where the hell did all those jobs come from? You know where they came from? Somebody's sick brain, that's where they came from. Under Kamala Harris and the communist left, Our country is under invasion. We are under invasion just like it was an army, except in many ways it's more difficult because they don't wear a uniform. You don't know who the hell to go after. Millions and millions of illegal aliens are coming in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many terrorists at numbers that we've never seen before. Terrorists are coming into our country. If you look at 2019, and I disagree with this, really, even though it's good for me, they said in the year 2019, not one terrorist, there's an official definition of that, but you don't want to hear it. Not one terrorist came in. That was my year, 2019, one of my years. Not one terrorist came into a country. Now, I sort of can't believe that, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close. And now we have thousands and thousands and thousands of terrorists coming into our country. They're coming in like from parts unknown. This will not end well unless Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Right? Not going to end well. Right? Because I am your border president. From now on, I want to be your border president. You know, I did a great job in 2016 on the border, and we solved the problem very, very quickly. A beautiful job. And in 2020, when I got millions of more votes than I did in 2016, by the way, we did much better in 2020. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. But my people would say, sir, they don't want to hear about the border. I said, I want to talk about it. I did a great job. They don't care. You've solved the border. It was solved. It was beautiful. The difference is that this border crisis is 20 times worse than it was in 2016. But I'll get it solved. I'll get it solved fast, and we'll get back to making our country strong again. And I only want to be addressed no longer as Mr. President, Mr. Border President, sir. Because we got to get this border fixed. We got people coming in that have never even dreamed about being in this country. And they're coming in totally unchecked. Nobody has any idea where the hell they come from. Kamala would be the president of invasion, and I will be the president of making this country stronger, better, more beautiful, bigger, more powerful, wealthier, safer than ever before. I will protect our country. She will surrender our country. She has already let in 21 million people. And if she gets 4 more years in America, our country will be obliterated. The 21 million people will be hundreds of millions of people will come in from all over the world, which is where they're coming from now. You'll have 150 million more people. You won't have a country anymore. You're pretty close to not having one. You better hope I get elected. You better go out. You'll have a country back soon. You'll have your country back soon. Not only is Harris, do you ever notice when you say Harris, nobody knows who the hell you're talking about? You ever? No, nobody has any idea. Harris. Hey, where's Harris? They know Kamala. They know Kambabla. That was the nickname I used for a while, but I don't use it anymore because everyone thought I was just mispronouncing her name. I wasn't. Kambabla. But no, Comrade is the best because it says she's a Marxist, communist, fascist person, she's a fascist. Who the hell ever thought would be voting for a communist for president? She is. Look at her record. Do you know that she wanted to have transgender surgery on illegal aliens that came into our country that were in jail? Can you believe it? She wanted. Did anyone know that? I would say that's quite a liberal thing to do, don't you think? Where the hell did she come from? Honestly, I am not a big fan of I am not a big fan of Crooked Joe, but he would have been better than her. He really would have been. They didn't want her. She was the last one on the list. You know, they had 22 people they were looking at. And the people voted. She was the last one on the list, and I'm running against her. It should be a good thing. Look, based on, that's sort of like a poll. It should be a good thing. But it's so unfair to our country. And it's unfair to Crooked Joe, you know? I feel badly. Does anybody feel badly for Joe? No? He was the worst president in the history of our country. She is the worst vice president in the history of our country. And the only good thing, he's an old man now, and I'm sure he's watching right now, but Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter, his administration looks totally brilliant by comparison. So he no longer has to go down as the worst president because this group, you know, I used to say, and I used to say it a lot, but if you took the 10 worst presidents or administrations, but 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and added them up, they would not have done the damage that this one presidency has done to our country. What's happened to our country, we're a laughing stock all over the world. You think President Xi is enjoying it? But he won't be enjoying it for long. Not only is Kamala allowing millions of illegal aliens to stampede across our border, but she is flying them in from other countries. You know, when she said a couple of months ago, they put on some extra little brakes to make their numbers look a little bit better, but they forgot to tell you that they're flying in hundreds of thousands of people right over the border. And I was with the Art Del Cudo, I was with the people from Border Patrol today, and they said, no, those numbers don't register. In other words, they don't count when they fly them in. They're flying them in beautiful jet planes. They're flying them to Idaho potatoes. I don't think they want them. They're flying them to Iowa. They're flying them all over. You know, now we have only border states, okay? Who would believe this? You know, they're saying, no, we want to stop them. But they're flying them in by the tens of thousands. On big, beautiful jet airplanes, they're flying them in. These people are sick, and they're destroying our country. You got to get out and vote, and make sure they're not cheating. Make sure your vote counts. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris and Biden have resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti, including over 200,000 that she has flown into the United States by very beautiful airplanes. I'd like to have one so nice. And deposited them into American communities all over the country. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday, quote, a Venezuelan gang is expanding its deadly reach into the United States. They've become real estate developers like I used to be. They're taking over apartment houses in Colorado. The story begins, U.S. law enforcement officials have watched with alarm the spread of Venezuela gangs known as dismembering rivals. They're dismembering rivals from Chile and from Colombia. They're dismembering. You know what that means? Cutting them up. They're cutting them up. How the hell did we allow this to happen to our country? Likewise, the New York Times, or as I call it, the failing New York Times. It's a failing paper. The Washington Post is a failing paper. Will you fail already? Just get out. They're such phonies. If the New York Times writes a story about you, just go the opposite. If you go the exact opposite, it'll be very accurate. The failing New York Times today reports this vicious Venezuela prison gang is, quote, it sneaked into the United States among the millions of migrants who have crossed the border and is peddling drugs, guns, and women across the 50 states from urban centers like New York and Chicago to Florida beaches and once tranquil middle America in Colorado. The gang even got a green light to shoot the cops. They were given an okay to shoot the cops. How about that? I just met a lot of great policemen backstage and policewomen backstage. That's not acceptable. But they were given an okay. When I return to the White House, I will launch a special task force of
elite federal law enforcement and charged them with crushing and eliminating every foreign gang and organized crime network that is conquering our country. They're conquering our country. We will deploy ICE, DHS, and other federal officials to go in and liberate Aurora. Can you believe I'm saying this? Can you believe I have to say this? We are going to liberate parts of our country. Let's go back another 300 years. We are going to liberate our country. Did you ever think I would be standing here? It's a hell of a way to get elected. The only good thing about what they're doing is it's great for the guy that happens to be running against these idiots, okay? It's the only thing. That's the only benefit. That's the only benefit I can see is running against them is a very good thing. But last week, a high school girl in Virginia was walking to the bus stop when an illegal alien from Kamala Harris, caught and released into the United States and let go by her, drove up behind her pretending to be a police officer. He said, "I'm a police officer." He wasn't. The predator got out, grabbed her, and forced her into his car. She had to escape by throwing herself out of a moving vehicle, believing she would be raped or murdered. She was very badly hurt. Also this month, an illegal alien who entered our country through Kamala's phone app. Could you believe? We have phone apps. You know where they go to? The cartels. The cartels have apps where they call in so they know where to deposit their illegal people, and they're making billions. They'll be in the Forbes 400 along with your friend, me. I'll say, I don't believe it. This guy, he doesn't speak English. He can't read or write. And he's worth $10 billion. That tells you something, doesn't it? If they put all of these people into the Forbes 400, used to be a big list. I don't know if it's a big list. I think Forbes is failing pretty badly now. I haven't heard about it in a long time, but they occupy a large section of the list. But they have an app where they call so they know where they can illegally drop these people. An illegal alien who entered our country through Kamala's phone app was doing things that nobody believed. He was arrested for the murder of a 25-year-old woman in Tennessee, and in August, an illegal alien from Honduras, a beautiful place, who was previously deported under the Trump administration, was arrested for stabbing a young, beautiful 14-year-old girl with a butcher knife. As she watched her brother's baseball game, he was just doing a horrible thing. Who would like to hear the snake? Because I have nothing but time tonight. Got a lot of time. They love the snake. You know why? It's something that's highly accurate. It was a song many years ago, and we reworked it a little bit, and it became something that people like. But it's very accurate in terms of what it represents for this country, and very sad too, I will tell you. So let's go. You ready? On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried. "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you." "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hugged and kissed him brightly. The work that night had gone. She found the pretty snake she had taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she sighed. "But if I hadn't taken you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. Surprise.
Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, sighed the reptile with a grin. You know damn well I was a snake before you took me in. And that's the end of the story. And I had to do that sucker by memory because there's no light up here. As much light, I'm dark. It's like dark. I had two problems. It's dark, and the print on that thing is so light you couldn't read it, so I did the best I could, but not bad, right? I couldn't see, Michael, I couldn't see a frickin' word. I said, I have an idea, let's do this snake. And then I take it out, I say, oh my God, that's a very light print. Oh my God, there's no light. Between the light and the print, I'm saying, what the hell am I doing this for? But it wasn't bad, and you get the point. When I'm a president, and when I become your president, when we're going to all work together, we're going to make it happen, we will get the illegal alien murderers, rapists, and child predators the hell out of our country, and we will not ever, ever, ever let them back in. So Nevada, get out and vote. We win this state, we're going to win the whole thing. We win this, we're going to win the whole thing. If we win this state, we win everything. And the people of Nevada also need to get out and vote for some really great people. And you have to vote against a really terrible, radical left senator named Jackie Rosen. She does a terrible job. We have running a man of the border, and I'm going to introduce you to him, but Jackie Rosen has voted with crooked Joe Biden nearly 100% of the time. She voted for every single inflation-causing spending bill, and she also voted for Joe Biden's open borders bill to set a minimum of 2 million illegal aliens per year. So can you imagine? They said this was a good bill, and that doesn't include the fly-ins, and it doesn't include all of the other people that get in. They come in through places that we wouldn't even believe. They go through Snake Mountain. Running against Wacky Jackie is an American hero named Sam Brown. Sam Brown. His wife is fantastic, also Amy. But Sam Brown has given up more than anybody who has ever run for the United States Senate. Remember that. He's given up more. He's given up more than anybody who's ever run for the United States Senate. He's a hero, too, a real brave person. Sam is a fearless patriot and Purple Heart recipient who served our country as a U.S. Army captain, totally respected in Afghanistan, where he was very severely wounded. But Sam survived, he persevered, he came back, he's stronger than ever. He's a great guy. I've gotten to know him well. He's a great guy. And I said to him tonight, Sam, I'm going to be the border president. You should be the border senator. And he said, I am. I actually am, because he believes us. And he is the border. Think of him. When you vote, he's going to close up the border. She wants to leave your border open. He became a small businessman and a leader here in Nevada. And now he is going to fight for this state like nobody has ever fought before. Sam Brown will vote to secure our border, stop inflation, strengthen our military, defend religious liberty, and cut taxes like you have never heard. Because Sam Brown thinks of one thing and one thing alone. It's called America First. That's what he wants, and he told me that. And he's an incredible guy. And I want you to remember this, because look, I'll be back a few more times before the day, 53 days now. But I want you to remember this with Sam. He truly has. He's given up so much. Nobody's given up like he's given up. So much. And he wants to do this because he loves our country. He fought for our country. Nobody's given up like he's given up so much. And Sam, I'd love to have you come up and say a few words, please. Sam Brown.
Nevada, we need the border president back. Because not only has Kamala Harris, as the borders are, failed America, but Jackie Rosen has failed America. She sits on the Homeland Security Committee. I know a little something about leadership. And leadership requires us to do the harder right rather than the easier wrong. And when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have asked Jackie Rosen to be quiet and to vote and support their policies against the better judgment and what is good for this country and this state, she has been a follower and not a leader. And I will be that leader. I tell you, I want to speak to you for a moment as a father. Amy and I have 3 children, school-aged children. The crisis on the border. There has been over 320,000 unaccompanied children who have come into our country that this administration has lost accountability of. In the military, when you lose accountability, you are fired. We must, for the sake of these children. We must, for the sake of our communities. We must, for the sovereignty of this nation, secure our border, confront the cartel, and make America great again. Now, with respect, President Trump, 16 years ago, an enemy tried to take my life. Sir, I know what a warrior is. I know what it looks like when someone comes under fire and defiantly stands up in the face of that enemy and says, it is time to fight. Fight! Fight! I will fight for this country, both as a father and as a warrior. And I have seen a warrior's spirit in you that I have only ever seen on the battlefield. And I know that you have had the responsibility. President Trump, you have had the sacred responsibility and honor of giving the highest awards our nation can give to people. And I just want to, as a token of appreciation from me, as someone who has been wounded for this country, just like you, to give you the thing that I can only offer out of my own heart and love for this country, appreciation and admiration for your leadership. My story that I hope inspires many to be a warrior like you. And here it is, a live day. Nevada, I've got you. We will be victorious in November, and President Trump will be the border president, and I will be the border senator. Let's win.
That was great. I tell you, you got to vote for him. You got to vote for him. Nobody's been through what he's been through. Nobody ever what he's been through, and he wants to put his life on the line again, and he wants to do it for you, and he's going to do it, and he's your border senator. He's going to be great, and she's the exact opposite. She's your open border, and you don't want open borders. You've had millions of people come in right here. They're coming in here more than any place else now because Texas has closed it up pretty well, but they've done nothing here. You got to get it. You got to get them in. I also want to thank you, Governor. Joe Lombardo has been fantastic to us. He's been great. And he's right now out in the wildfires in western Nevada, which are really taking a toll. But Joe's been great, and our prayers go out to every Nevada family, that every one of them that's been forced to evacuate due to these raging fires. They're raging. And we love you all. And Governor, we thank you very much. He's done a fantastic job. And another man who's doing a fantastic job, Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. Stavros, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stavros. Thank you. Good man. Candidate for the 4th Congressional District, John Lee. John? John Lee. Good, John. I heard you're doing well. Good. Get out and vote. I heard you're doing really good. Candidate for the 3rd Congressional District, Drew Johnson. Good, Drew. Great honor to endorse you guys. I endorse them. Nevada GOP chairman, somebody that works like hell. He wants this so badly. He's never wanted anything so badly other than his family, of course. Michael McDonald, great guy. We're going to win it, Michael? Going to win it? I think so. We do have a good lead, but we got to be careful because remember, they cheat like hell. It's the only thing they're good at. A man who's a friend of mine who writes the nicest things about me. And really a celebrity and just a great guy, Wayne Allen Root. Good man. A good man. And a brilliant young man who has always been with me no matter what. The good times, the bad times. You see him on television a lot. He's always talking about the border. It's a passion because he knows our country is being destroyed. Stephen Miller. He's here someplace. He's a great guy. Knows more about illegal immigration, I think, than anybody in history. He knows it, and he gets it. A man who's also been with me just about from the beginning. He's tough, he's smart, he loves our country, and he is a warrior, Kash Patel. Thank you, Kash. And Rick Harrison, where's Rick? Rick Harrison. Rick. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much. We have another person here. I said, you have to get up there because he's, you know, I love warriors, and this guy is really a warrior. Do not fight him under any circumstances. He won the Olympic gold medal, and he's the UFC and was the UFC champion numerous times, actually. And I wonder if I could take him. I'm a little larger than him. I wonder if I could take him in a fight. What do you think? You with the big hat. Could I take him in a fight? Henry, you know who I'm talking about? Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo. Come here. Come here. Henry Cejudo. Now, who thinks I can take Henry in a fight? I've got a little height on him, but he's got everything else. Come here. We love you, man. This guy is a winner. Here, say something.
Yeah, well, Mr. President, I'm just honored, and I think I would have just bent the knee. I would never fight you for what you do for our country and the fact that you were willing to risk your life, which you have no reason to do this, but you're doing this for the people. It means a lot. And as I told you before, President, I love this country so much, Mr. President, that I named my daughter America. And I appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate what you're doing, and you know, let's continue to keep making America great again.
And he's got good hair, too. Look at that hair. Got no hair problem, right, Henry? None. Yeah, he's a great guy. Gold medal winner. Latin music superstar, Nicky Jam. Do you know Nicky? She's hot. Where's Nicky? Where's Nicky? Thank you, Nicky. Great to be having you here. Now you have to get, oh, look. I'm glad he came up.
It's an honor to me to meet you, Mr. President. People that come from where I come from, they don't meet the president, so I'm lucky. I'm gonna say this, but we need you. We need you back, right? We need you to be the president. And apart from that, I gotta say this in Spanish. Han pasado 4 años y no ha pasado nada. Necesitamos a Trump. Let's make America great again.
And you know, we have all different kinds of stars than we did 10 years ago and 20 years ago. It used to be a little simpler. Now it's a whole different world, but the numbers they get are incredible. Bryce Hall is here, one of the biggest. Bryce, where's Bryce? Bryce Hall. Where are you, Bryce? Stand up, Bryce. Come on up here, Bryce. Get up here. Come on. What the hell? We have to have Bryce. You know, he does an interview with people. Come on up if you want, Bryce. Come on. What the hell? We have a lot of time, right? Come on, Bryce. Look how young he is, how handsome he is. Come on up, Bryce. This guy has 44 million people watching him. And he's great. He's a great guy.
We need Trump back. Really bad. Make America great again.
And you know, a while ago, a couple of years ago, a legend named Dana White called me. He said, would you do me a big favor? Would you do an interview with some guys, young guys? Who are they? He said, the Nelk Boys, the Nelk Boys. And I said, who the hell are they? I don't know. And I agreed to do it. And they were great. And the interview was aired. And we had like 200 million people. I said, who the hell are these guys? And now everybody knows who they are. The Nelk Boys, where are you guys? Where are you? You here someplace? Thank you, fellas. You want to come up? If you want, come up. Come up. Come on, get up here. Get up here. And while they're coming up, I want to introduce somebody that's been incredible. She was a very popular politician. Now she's a very popular, period. She was the Democrat presidential candidate. She knocked the hell out of somebody named Comrade. You know that. Tulsi Gabbard is here, and her husband is here, Abraham. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you very much, Tulsi.
We need Trump back, and we need him back bad. One more thing I know that's passionate about, Governor Tim Walz, he put a 95% tax on Zinn. We got to get that removed, President Trump.
Trump 2024, that's it. Let's fucking go.
These are young guys, but they have plenty of cash, I can tell you that. And they're great people. So Comrade Kamala Harris is the most radical liberal nominee ever to seek the Oval Office. And you know, it's just pointed out, and the real number is 325,000 migrant children are lost. They're being raped or they're being killed. A lot of them are no longer with us. They lost it during the last 3 years. 325,000 children, young children, think of it, never to see their parents again. They're either gone or they're in the service as slaves, sex slaves or slaves. And I just think it's terrible. You know, they talk about us like we're evil people. They lost 325,000 young kids Think of what that means. Think of what that means. As Vice President Harris cast the tie-breaking votes that caused the worst inflation in American history, costing us and the typical family, $28,000. Think of that, $28,000. With me, it was the opposite, the exact opposite. Days ago, it was announced that we lost 438,000 full-time jobs in August. That's a record. We lost almost 500,000 jobs in August. You know, they like to go around saying how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. Inflation makes everything bad anyway. They had the highest ever. We lost 24,000 manufacturing jobs and nearly 6,000 auto manufacturing jobs. And I'll tell you what, the United Auto Workers, those guys are going to vote for me. Those guys and gals, they're going to vote for me. They're going to vote for me because the auto industry is moving to Mexico, it's moving to China, and it's moving to other parts of the world, but not the United States. China's building 2 massive auto plants in Mexico now, and they think they're going to build cars and put them into our country. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They've got authorization from Biden. You know why? Because they gave him a lot of cash. That's why. And nobody talks about it. Last month alone, American-born workers lost 1.3 million jobs as migrants gained 635,000 jobs in a single month. You know, the jobs, almost every single job was taken by a migrant worker. And black workers are losing their jobs to these people that are pouring into our country, and Hispanics are losing their jobs. And next will be unions. Unions are going to be losing all of their power, all of their clout. But the black worker and the black family, they're losing their jobs. Hispanics are losing their jobs to people that pour into our country illegally. Now Kamala is pushing the largest individual and small business tax increase in American history. And she said that a 70 to 80% tax rate is something that's very, very doable. It's a bold idea, she said, and it must be discussed. Now, she changed that a little bit, but with a politician, they always go back to their original thought. Harris and Biden waged war on American energy, opened up the Russian pipeline, Nord Stream 2, that I had closed, but shut down the Keystone XL pipeline that I had opened. She re-entered the horribly unfair to the United States, U.S. Paris Climate Accord. I wanted to be the Nevada Climate Accord, not the Paris. It's the most unfair document you've ever seen. And she has always said, I will ban fracking. And she has always said, I will defund the police. Anybody, you know, she was the head of the defund the police movement. Anybody that was with that scam for even a week is not fit to serve as the President of the United States. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person. These are categories, all categories, horrible categories, but she redefined them as, in all cases, non-violent crimes. Kamala supports states being able to take minor children and perform sex change operations on them without their parents' consent. Did you know that? Did you know that? Now she'll say, oh, no, I never said that, but we can put up the tapes anytime you want. I don't even want to show, they're so disgusting, I don't want to show them. Despite the false fact check by the fake moderators, those guys at ABC Fake News, in the debate this week, her running mate, Tampon Tim, who put tampons in young boys' bathrooms. He even signed a law that allows abortion in the 9th month. He says abortion in the 9th month and babies to be executed after birth. And that's right. And it's happened numerous times in the states and other states too. There are radical left states that allow that. Nobody wants to talk about it, but they allow that. Execution after birth. But from the moment we take back the White House from Comrade Kamala Harris, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history. We will defeat inflation quickly, and we will make America affordable again. We're getting your prices way down. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. You know, I already had it above Russia and Saudi Arabia. Then we had a terrible result in a horrible election, an election where I got, remember, more votes than any sitting president ever by far, by millions. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world. Think of it. We are standing on more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. In 12 months, I will cut your energy costs in half, and that includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline for your car. Right? As part of our efforts to increase housing affordability, I will work with your governor to open up new tracts of federal land for large-scale housing construction, and you'll get it for a much lower price. More than 80% of all land in Nevada is owned by the federal government. Governor Lombardo has sent 3 letters to the Biden-Harris administration asking them to open up some of this land to help alleviate the crisis, but Kamala and Crooked Joe did not even have the decency to reply to those requests. Under the Trump administration, the pleas of Nevada will be ignored no longer. We're going to open it up. We'll start with a small portion. You'll get it going, and then we're going to open up large portions of land. We will create special new zones with ultra-low taxes and ultra-low regulations to allow the development of really extraordinary new housing at a proper price, while also bringing jobs and industries to Nevada, like the movie industry, the technology industry, and the massive manufacturing plants from foreign nations will be coming into your state, and that means jobs. And if I pull this off with the help of your governor, a lot of Hollywood will be moving from California, because right now you don't have the land, because you don't have the land. It's owned by the federal government. We're going to open up that land to you. You'll be able to build studio lots and everything else. Millions and millions of Americans will be able to take part in building these clean, safe, and beautiful new communities, reviving the frontier spirit and the American dream, something you don't hear much about anymore. It's going to be done right here in Nevada. Next, I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower more than it has ever been before. We're going to bring back the car industry, too. We're going to bring back the car industry. And we're not going to let China and Mexico sell cars into the United States that are going to just take back our jobs. They're going to have to pay 100%, maybe a 200% tariff, because we don't want those cars. We want to make our own cars in our country. We'll do it better than them. Other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax when they send their product into the United States. It will be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. In other words, if China or any other country charges us a 100, 200, or 300% tax, which they actually charge, then we will charge them a 100, 200, or 300% tax in return. Right now, we charge them nothing. My message is simple. Make your product here in America and only in America. That's what we want. My plan is that if you open your factory in Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or anywhere else in the United States, you don't pay a tariff. You don't have to pay anything. All you have to do is pay the workers, and the workers are going to be you. But if you move your production outside of the United States and send it back here, you will have to pay a massive tariff, and we don't even want your product, even if you pay it. We are going to very quickly supercharge our country. And when I'm back in that beautiful White House, we will pass larger tax cuts for workers. And we have a special tax that here is going to do, I think, quite well. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. Did you see when I announced that a long time ago, all of a sudden she announced it, and she was met with rebuke. And you know, they can't do it anyway because they have so much legislation in that makes sure that you pay your tax on tips. And it didn't go over too well, but we are going to do it. We'll get it done fast. You know, they said they were going to cut the school lending when you borrow money to go to school. They were going to cut it. They were going to cut it down to nothing. Guess what? A big thud. Never happened. It never happened. You know why? Because they're all talk and no action. And you saw that the other night at the debate. She was all talk. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to cut tax, and then I'm going to give you $25,000 for a house, and then I'm going to go, you know, over and over. And I said very simply at the end of my last little statement, why haven't you done it? You've been there for 3.5 years. Why haven't you done it? Right, Michael? Why haven't you done it, Michael? Right, Michael? Why haven't they done it? I said, we will leave this debate stage, which is just a waste of time anyway. I will go with you to Washington, and you can announce the closure of the border. You know, she doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I said, we're closing the border. We closed the border. And we had the greatest chart of all time. You want to put up that chart if you can find it, the border chart, my all-time favorite in the history of charts. Yeah, I love that chart. I'm going to sleep with that chart. That chart saved my life. Can you believe it? Just like that. I said, put up the chart. And I went like that to look at it. Ping. That chart, think of it, illegal immigration saved my life. See that? That is the most beautiful document I've ever seen. But you see the arrow on the bottom? That's when I left office. That's the lowest point in the history of our country for illegal immigrants to come in, but also drugs and everything else that was coming in bad. That point is the lowest, and then as soon as they took over, look, it became a rocket ship. Look at that, like a rocket ship, and our country was destroyed. We had it under control. That's the lowest point in the history. That was done by Border Patrol, that chart. But regardless of the numbers, I love that chart. I'm sorry. Additionally, I will fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, no cuts. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. No tax on Social Security. And then we wheeled out a great one, and I actually think this is going to be fantastic for the country as well as the worker, because a lot of people are going to be working overtime. And just yesterday I announced that there will be no taxes on overtime. No taxes on overtime. We will terminate the Green New Scam. I call it the Green New Scam, Green New Deal, Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam. You know what they were going to spend? $97 trillion. Where are they going to get that money? That's more money than every country in the world has. It's a scam. They were going to spend $97 trillion. And you know, the time is coming up. Remember, they said we only have 12 years to live because the environment is going to kill us, right? That time is very close. Somehow I'm not worried. I am worried about nuclear because, to be honest with you, we have incompetent people dealing on it. You're going to end up in World War III. You're going to have a nuclear holocaust if we're not careful. These people have no idea. Our people have no idea what they're doing. And I will keep you out of World War III. I'm the only one that's going to be able to do it. But we're going to spend all of that Green New Scam money on roads and bridges and real infrastructure and paying down debt. We're going to pay down debt. And you know, we're going to have growth like this country has never seen before. We're going to get that debt way down. We're going to get your interest rates way down so you can buy the house. You can have the American dream. I had interest rates at 2%. And now they're 10% and you can't get the money. You can't pay the money anyway, too expensive. But you can't get the money. We're not going to have fake infrastructure that's caused massive inflation. You know, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a fake deal, they actually said about 6 months ago they never expected it to do anything for inflation. It was a scam to get more money for the environment. So listen to this, very important, I think. You haven't heard the word environment in 7 months. You know why? It doesn't play. It doesn't play. We want clean air, we want crystal clear water, beautiful water, and we want an unbelievable country, and we want an economy that's better than it's ever been before. The environment isn't playing. They don't mention it anymore. Do you know, with all the money they spent, wasted on all this nonsense that they did, the apartment, your windows have to be smaller, preferably don't have any windows at all. They showed me a building, an ideal building. I said, what is that? Is it a bunker? No, this is a building. It's a modern building. It had no windows. Let's try selling one of those apartments. You have not small windows, you had no windows. Because it's good, the sunlight doesn't go through, okay? Look, she's laughing. That's crazy, isn't it? I don't know if you're laughing or crying. I'm sort of crying about it. It's crazy. These people are crazy. We want a new building, and they want to knock down all those beautiful buildings in Manhattan and rebuild them with no windows. We don't want one building in Manhattan. I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will settle the war in Ukraine as president-elect. And remember this, a vote for Comrade Kamala Harris is a vote for war with Russia. Would anybody like to be in war with Russia? If necessary, we would. We're not, you know, but preferably not, right? Don't you think? It's also a vote to bring back the draft. Would anybody like to be drafted in the audience? Because that's what they're doing. She's already talking about bringing back the draft. She wants to bring back the draft and draft your child and put them in a war that should never have happened. Remember, Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, ever, and didn't for 4 years. And remember this, when Bush was president, he gave up a lot to Russia. When Barack Hussein Obama was president, gave up a lot to Russia. When Biden was president, going to give up the whole thing to Russia, it looks like. But when Trump was president, he gave up nothing to Russia, zero. I gave up nothing. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. And a vote for Comrade Kamala Harris is a vote to obliterate Israel and fast. Israel is going to be blown off the face of the earth if she becomes the president of the United States. I hate to say it. I've always backed Israel. They will not have a chance if she went to a party instead when your prime minister came to the United States and spoke before Congress, which is a big event. She went to a sorority party instead. She found that more important. Ready? Israel will be blown off the face of the earth. It will not exist if she becomes president of the United States. If I become president of the United States, it will go on to glory. But if she becomes president, it will be obliterated. Just remember I said it. A vote for President Donald J. Trump is a vote for prosperity and peace. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., which is a mess, with graffiti all over our beautiful marble buildings, with roads that have potholes all over and medians that are falling down into the gutter. We're going to make those cities safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. We're losing it fast. Nobody else will be able to do that. We're already missing so many. Russia's gone. China essentially is gone. China's the one that wants to take it. North Korea's gone. They're all getting out. But with me, it's different. I'm going to say, you know what? You want to get out? Yes, we decided to get out. We're going to go with Russia. We're going to go with China. I said, that's okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a 250% tariff on anything you sell us in this country. And you know what they're going to do? Sir, we've decided that we want to stay in your currency, sir. We're going to stay in your currency. It won't happen. It won't happen. Just like Mexico gave us all those soldiers at our border, everyone said, you could never get that. I got it. 28,000 soldiers, Cash, right? We got 28,000 soldiers to protect our border while we were building the wall. And we got a lot of other things, too. I could go over them. I could speak all night long about what we got. What we're going to get is the greatest country in the history of the world. We're going to bring it back. And just in closing, this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. Very simple, isn't it? I saw the other night on television a woman went up to the grocery store and put on the counter 3 apples. And then she realized she didn't have enough money for that, and she took one of the apples back. I said, that should never happen in our country. We're not going to let it happen in our country while other people get rich and while illegal migrants are staying in luxury hotels. And our soldiers, our vets, are sleeping on the streets at the base of those hotels. And they're up in luxury rooms, and they came into our country illegally. And many of them are very bad people. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield, and a lot of it is going to be built in Nevada. We will keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I don't know if you saw the Olympics a couple of weeks ago. A beautiful young Italian boxer, female boxer, and supposed to be very good. And she was fighting a young gentleman or a young woman. You always have to be careful. You know, your political career could end immediately with the wrong statement. So I'll say one of each. But she was fighting a person who was a man and transitioned into womanhood. And he looked like if Muhammad Ali in his prime saw him, Muhammad would be afraid. And the fight began, and they're standing. Henry would know this better than anybody, but they were standing up, and a left jab is just sort of defense. Left jab, left jab. And he hit her with a left jab, and she was, oh my, what? She got hit like a horse. She said, somebody hit me, it was a horse. And then she said, I'll try it again. And she went up, and he hit her again with just a left jab. And she said, nope, I'm not going to do it. He ended up winning the gold medal. Went through the boxers like nothing. There were 2 people in women's boxing that transitioned. Both of them happened to win a gold medal. Are you surprised? Are you surprised by that? Are you surprised? No, I'm not either, right? I'm not surprised. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. We're going to have to secure our elections because they cheat so badly. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day we will be filled, you know the word they used, with joy. So I'm not going to use that word if you don't mind. But opportunity and hope, we're going to be filled with ambition. We're going to go out and love getting up every morning and going to work and making a lot of money. But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, a radical left lunatic. and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. If they get in, we're never going to be able to turn this country around. It's going to be Venezuela on steroids. You're never going to be able to do it. So get everyone you know to vote. We want a landslide that is too big to rig, too big to rig. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders like they have not been restored in a long time. We will put America first, and we will take back our country. Together we will make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again. Make America free again. We will make America great again. Thank you very much, Nevada. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Get out and vote. God bless you.
Body, body.